Oh wait, I need to... Oh my goodness. There. Now I can do this. Alright. Thank you. Cereal Empire equals Apollo breakfast. I am from the birthplace of cereal. I was born in Battle Creek, Michigan, and I moved away for a long, long time, and then I dragged myself back. Somehow. I don't know how it happened. Yeah. We'll leave those on for now. I do want to see, just for giggles. But good morning, good morning. It's a surprise stream because I need to stay awake. And you get to see the work I've been trying to do. Porridge? I don't think I've ever had porridge, to be honest. But look at this massive monster, Bridgie. If you can come up with a name for it, you can never escape cereal. Yeah, this has this is not a good name. This is just a name in progress, but this is no longer a jester. This beast has outgrown the Jester franchise. Hey, if you guys are gonna play, go play. Maybe we're having problems because this just... Turn those handles off, they're annoying. What happens if I increase the density? 14,113. Yeah, we're losing a lot of delta V on that. I'm not doing that. Maybe if I move them back down, perhaps? Well, I mean, that does the job I'm asking it to do. Let's test it. We'll see what happens. Simulate. Maybe Marshall. San, welcome in. We are doing another stream because I cannot sleep. I have to stay awake today. So the best way to stay awake is to talk to you guys. The kids are playing. We have Kerbals to play. And a new craft to test. Now, the problem I've been having is that McJeb does not like the asparagus staging. We did unlock asparagus staging, but McJeb cannot stand the asparagus staging. So I did manage to fix it at one point, but I cannot remember how. So we're going to start our day off with a bunch of simulations, trying to see if we can't figure this out. It is launchpad capable. The problem with this craft is McJeb. I have to figure out so what was today's Thursday. On Tuesday, I had this working. I've had this working because the problem I had with this was not McJeb. It was this upper stage. This upper stage runs on liquid fluorine, which is a cryofuel. It has to stay cryogenic. And once I got into orbit, the sun hitting the fuel tank evaporated my liquid fluorine. So I might have fixed that problem. But now, for some reason, McJeb does not want this thing to get into orbit, and I have been having a hard time figuring out why. Lightning! Fly it manually then? Eesh, like a peasant? Hello, everybody! Good morning, good morning. Happy Thursday. Friday? Today's Thursday. No, today's Friday. Happy Friday. Look at that beautiful, beautiful asparagus staging. See, McJeb wants to nose down for some reason. I might just have to fly it manually, truthfully. I just don't understand why it doesn't want to work suddenly. The only explanation I can think of is that McJeb it can't understand the asparagus staging and he thinks that we're short on Delta V. Because we should not be this far down on the plane. And I did fix this at some point, and I just don't remember what I did to fix it. Alright. Let's fly without McJeb and see what happens. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do, San. Be a ground-up pilot and fly it myself. I don't wanna. A right boy, dude. I'll do it. Bridgie, you'll be in charge of the name then. All right. Let's see if I've lost my touch. All right. One thing I will do is get smartass ready. Force roll. Program. Oh, well, that was a mistake. I don't know why that. I don't know why I did that. Let's see. Then say bye to space. What can I say? Do you have Kerbals to recruit? We do, Luke, but we have not done it yet. This should be capable of supporting a redstone launch. By the way, remember this planet is not Kerbin and Earth is much bigger with a higher gravity. And I just burned a whole bunch of fuel reading chat. That was my bad. I've grown lazy in my old age, relying on McJeb. I don't even know if I remember how to fly rockets anymore. It's been so many years. So long since I've had to fly manually. I will catch up with chat in just a second. I'm kind of afraid if I take my eyes off this, it'll be lights out. Stage 1 successful. let's let it run on this for a second. Because it stages, it will have like 1200 on the first stage, 1300. It measures in stages. By the way, remember this planet? Yes. You can kick that. Now, yes, kick the laziness. Don't pitch early. This planet is bigger and not as a whole. Yes. Yeah, the Kerbal space program itself has a hard time understanding the asparagus staging because it's kind of not built into the system. But I think I'm learning that McJeb also has a very hard time understanding it. Are you going to the moon? We sure hope so, San. Because this was working on Tuesday with McJeb. The whole system was working with McJeb on Tuesday. We do not have roll control in this stage. But yeah, I had this whole system working, and the problem we had was that this upper stage, which is the stage that gets us to the moon, was it's powered by liquid fluorine, which is a cryo fuel. And the standard fuel tank, the aluminum gridded high-pressure tank that I was using, it's not shielded from the sun at all. So the high-pressure tank was leaking liquid fluorine. So by the time I got to the moon, I had no fuel left. So while I was able to complete this current contract, it wasn't sufficient in order to get an orbit. So what I did is I changed out this upper tank with a service module. And the service module tank is supposed to have better shielding for the cryofuel. Yeah, this stage does not have any roll control right now. Then you will don't open the fairing. The fairing, you don't want to open that in the atmosphere. I could open it right now. But the fairing opens on the next stage. Now, since we're orbital, I can do this now and not worry about this. It all reminds me of the film Home. The issue with Earth is it's full of humans. Should remove them all. You know, Luke, the definition of a group of cats is called a clouder. The definition, the name of a group of crows is a murder. The name of a group of humans is an infestation. Now, I need to turn this off, because we need to go a little bit down bubble. Oh, shit. I just needed to go a little bit down bubble. Oh, shit. Oh well. Alright, that was completely my fault. I moved my chair and hit the damn space button. All right. Then you will not open the fairing. You can click the fairing manually and open it. Yeah, we don't want the fairing to open anywhere near the atmosphere, because what happens if it does is we melt our solar panels, and that's no bueno. That's no bueno. Yeah, I literally just tried to sit up in my chair a little bit, and my keyboard is insanely sensitive. It's ridiculously sensitive. You know what I can do is I want to try something. I'm curious about something real quick. Work with me a second, guys. So, let me show you. This is the stage that is capable. It's got a little under 5,000, a little over 4,500 meters per second of delta V, which we only need about 3 to 3,500 of that to get to the moon. And I'm not even sure how much we need to slow down to achieve orbit yet. We haven't got that far. But this does feature deep space avionics, which gives us the ability to put the avionics to sleep for any length of time and reactivate it later, which saves us a ton of electricity. We have all of these science experiments on board. We have enough electricity and solar panels to, once the avionics shut down and go into hibernation mode, it generates perpetual electricity. So, actually, I don't even need to do that. What I'm going to do is we're going to go all the way down to this one, I think. So this one is the same basic configuration, but this tank... Oh, that is a service module. So what's the difference between this one? Does this have the... It does have deep space avionics. I'm not sure what makes this one different. I'm not 100% sure what makes this one any different. We'll put this down here on that stage. Let's see. Let's just see what happens. But yeah, the whole reason I built this is because the unbelted Jester that we were using, I'm curious to know if this does the same thing now. The unbelted Jester that we were using was capable of doing the lunar impact mission, but it wasn't capable of doing a circularization of the an orbit of the moon. It wasn't able to get in lunar orbit at all. Man, I'm feeling down. Why are we feeling down, San? Talk to us, man. We're here for you. We'll either make you feel better or make you feel worse. So, I mean, worst case scenario is you feel worse. But there's always the chance we make you feel better. AFK, no problem, buddy. See, look, we're already on a better flight path. It's got to be something with something about the other version of this. Something is not balanced. Maybe it's the balance of it. Something's just not right. Because this one's already on a better flight path. And I had to open my mouth. No, he's doing it. McJeb is doing it right this time. Maybe the other one is just really unbalanced. Maybe the aerodynamic the center of mass and center of aerodynamics is just so far off that McJeb can't control it. Maybe it has nothing to do with the asparagus staging anyway. I could have been wrong this whole time. I could have been wrong this entire time. Maybe it's the balance. Maybe it's really top heavy and McJeb has a hard time controlling it with the gimbal limits of the engines. Because this is a perfect flight. McJeb is doing amazing right now. Jiski, have you had a rocket named after you yet? Now that I think about it. I don't think San has either. I really need to start keeping a list. You guys are coming in and hitting that like button so much that you guys deserve rockets. You guys deserve rockets, especially, you know, Lunar rocket. That's a big deal. We're doing this. We have figured out asparagus staging in 1963. Could you imagine if NASA could have figured out asparagus staging in 1960? Where would we be? We would have had people on the Mars by now. I'm starting to think that the problem with the other rocket is the balance of it, the weight and balance. I don't think McJeb is to blame for this. And I am sorry, McJeb. I owe you an apology. At the moment, yes, Luke. So the problem I ran into is that all of the engines that we can fit on the plate together don't generate enough thrust to lift the amount of fuel we need for them. These engines, I would love to have the, what is it, the J1? I can't remember what the Saturn V engines were running on. I think it was the J1s. But we still have quite like 4 or 5 different things in the tech tree to research and unlock before we get to the J1s. But what I'm hoping is that we can basically make a Saturn V, or our version of the Saturn V anyway, once we unlock the J1s. But I tried putting these engines all together on an engine plate, and it didn't turn out the way I was hoping. I'm still working on it, so I haven't given up yet. I can't watch a streamer, which I really liked because the guy said he used, and I can't watch him now. Well, that depends, San. So the reason I'm saying it depends is because my wife is from a Mormon family. She's not Mormon herself anymore. You know, she grew up in the community, and they define drugs as caffeine. Caffeine is a drug that they can't associate with, and there's a lot of stuff they consider drugs that I don't necessarily consider a drug. So if it collides with your personal beliefs and you feel strongly about that, then, oh, here we go, staging event. Then, you know, you gotta stick with your beliefs. Some things can't be compromised. And I do feel for you. And if it makes you feel any better, we are a family-friendly stream. To be honest, though, even if I didn't have my kids, I wouldn't do anything. I've watched too many of my friends and family go down that road, and it's just not a road that I'm willing to traverse myself. I don't even really drink. I don't like the way drinking makes me feel. I drank heavily when I was in the Army, but I never was an alcoholic. It's not worth it to me. But yeah, we don't have any roll control. I mean, we could if I turned SAS on, but we need to save our monoprop, because the monopropellant on this runs off of nitrous oxide. It's a little tiny tank of nitrous oxide. So, I mean, I could turn it on and fix the roll problem, but it doesn't really affect McJeb. And I did put an antenna that greatly expanded our range. Oh, your family said no. Yeah. That's a rough one, buddy. I feel for you. But unfortunately, until you're, until you get to an adult age, you really have to respect your family. So there's a lot of times when we're young, we don't often understand the reasons behind some of the stuff that our parents say and do. And a lot of the times there's good reasons for that. I remember when I was very young, there's a saying that I learned at one point in my life, and I don't remember exactly where I learned it from. It might have been from a sci-fi show called Stargate, but it's a deep wisdom. They say the very young don't often understand and obey the very old. Space Engineers is such a great game. I miss that game. All right. So, successful orbit. We have to watch... Well, this is a service module, so the fluorine shouldn't evaporate. But we're going to keep an eye on it all the same. So now what we need to do is we go to the map. We click on the moon, set target, focus view. Then we go back. Force roll, prograde. SAS on. This will stop the spinning. Not that the spinning is bad. It's not really affecting us. In the meantime, we're going to turn on our rendezvous planner. And I'm just really keeping an eye on this liquid fluorine, because that was the problem in previous testing phases. So now that we have the rendezvous planner out, I need that out. I want to keep an eye on science, because we do have science running right now. And we are falling a little bit behind on the amount of science we're collecting. But that's because most of our satellites have died. So all of those like 80 some, I don't want to say 80, all of the like 20 satellites we had in orbit sending science to us constantly, all of them kind of died at the same time because they were all kind of launched back to back. So I'm going to do intercept with a Hohmann transfer window, and we're going to go back. And this gives us a nice collision course with the MUN. And so what I'm going to do is go back to this so we can keep an eye on that liquid fluorine. And I'm going to tell the autopilot to execute that maneuver. And I'm staring dead at this. The Nox. The very young do not understand what is out there that your parents yeah. It was the Nox. It was Stargate SG-1. It was the Nox. Luke, you're amazing. You're my kind of nerd, man. I'm here for it. Alright. So we are getting science sent back, which is great. It's more than good. Now, this maneuver should take 3,000 meters per second, leaving us a little over 1,000 meters per second remaining. Now, if you guys are concerned about the insufficient avionics, if you look down here, it's because the time warping puts the avionics into hibernation mode automatically. I forgot to turn the engine on. So now we're using our liquid fluorine, which is because the engine's being used. When you are old enough, you will have to choose what to learn. Until then, you listen and process. Why? But do not just obey blindly. It is not for us to question why, it is but for us to do or die. No, the other piece of wisdom I can pass on to you guys that I've gleaned as I grew older. The lessons that we try to teach our children are not always the lessons that they learn. Some things in life cannot be taught. They can only be learned. And that means that you can try really hard to teach someone something, and at the other end of that journey, they learn something completely outside of what you were trying to teach them. For example, I try to teach my kids to stay organized because I have a scatterbrain. So if I don't put my eyeglasses where they belong every night, in the morning I can't find them. If I don't put my wallet where it goes on my, I have 3 spots to put my keys and my wallet. If I put them anywhere other than those 3 spots, I can't find them. I lose them. My youngest son is exactly like me. That boy will lose his head if it's not attached to his shoulders. So I try desperately to get him to do things like I do because it's only going to help him in the future. And he's not learning what I'm trying to teach him. He's learning that if he forgets something, I get angry. It's not that I got angry that you forgot, dude. It's because I want you to put things in your backpack. As soon as your teacher hands you something, put it where it goes. So that way, you don't lose it later. But he's not grasping that lesson. He's, if I forget something, my dad gets angry. I have to not forget everything. You can't really control what you forget, homie. I have a bad memory because I scatterbrain. I succeed as an adult, or not succeed, I function as an adult because my dad taught me to do things in step by step. You walk in the door, I put my lunchbox down. As soon as I put my lunchbox down, I put my shoes where they go. As soon as my shoes are where they go, I put my wallet, my keys, my phone, all in the same spot. I have these steps that I have to take. Otherwise, I wake up, and if I wake up and have to rush out the door, or an emergency is happening, I don't want to have to take 15 minutes to look for my keys or my phone or what have you. So these are the ways that I do things. Rant ends. Yeah, never. Never. I could rant forever. It's a curse, I tell you. And this is a really good engine, by the way. This is the G1. That liquid fluorine. If this service module fixes my liquid fluorine problem, we have a great rocket system here. And look at that. Even with avionics on, we are at perpetual electricity. Oh, wait. Yeah, perpetual electric charge. And that's because we have the side solar panels and we have the foldable solar panels. And we're still gathering science. We're still transmitting science. Look at that. Hey, Luke, look at that. One antenna. We still have full bars. All right, that burn is over now. So what I'd like to do is add a little bit of time warp. I'm keeping an eye on my electric charge over here, and I'm keeping a really close eye on the liquid fluorine. Actually, before we do that, let's see what that maneuver got us. Exactly what we needed. So what we should do is we're gonna go retrograde. No, San. We have to do an impact. We have to do an impact on this one. Yep. So the contract is that we have to impact it going more than 3,500 meters per second. Oh wait, no. It's 41 kilograms. I thought there was a speed requirement. Maybe I was wrong. Oh wait, it's right there. Impact the moon at a speed of 2450 meters, 2,450 meters per second at an altitude below 3,500 meters. That's the contract. But what I need to do, so now watch this. So electric charge, we only have 1 hour and 57 minutes of electric charge, but if I shut down the avionics, we're back to perpetual. And we don't really need the avionics for this leg of the journey. And honestly, we don't need the liquid fluorine either, but this data helps us. So if we get within the bad habits. If we get within the moon's sphere of influence and we didn't lose our liquid fluorine, I can find out how much delta V we're going to need and see how far off we are. So if we have 1441 at the time of sphere of influence, I don't necessarily know if that's going to be enough to get a proper orbit, but that gives us a baseline. It tells us where we're at and where we need to do some improving. And so far, the liquid fluorine is staying stable. Nope, 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 we're losing it. Look. $364, $363. Yeah, we are losing liquid fluorine still. That is unfortunate. That is unfortunate. So, hold on. Let's see how long we have. It looks like we're pretty close. So if I add a maneuver right before impact, that's 13 hours from now. So let's time warp and see. I don't even know. Oh, there it is. Alright. So let's wake up the avionics for a minute. Now, the other lesson we learned on the last stream is that if we impact the moon nose first, it doesn't count for the contract. So what I'm going to do is show you guys the contract again. We must have an electric charge at the time of impact. So if we impact nose first, it destroys the batteries and we don't have an electric charge. Therefore, we do not complete the contract. Okay, I kind of confused it. Would a denser metal for the hull help keep it cool? Yes. You are not losing it on time warp. No, what it is it's a loss over time. So if I was to not time warp, we would still lose it, because what's happening is the solar radiation is heating up the cryo fuel, and liquid fluorine has an extremely low evaporation temperature. So the radiation is heating up the hull, which is raising the fluorine temperature, so we're losing it. But this is this is much better than the standard aluminum, high-pressure aluminum tank. Because when I had the high-pressure aluminum tank on this, we were already out of liquid fluorine by this point. Yes, you may play the Nintendo. Alright. Let's free fall. I'm watching the velocity here. It looks like our velocity is going to be just fine, because we're already over the required velocity, and we're not going to slow down at all. And look at the science that we're getting, because we're transmitting. This is exactly what we needed to happen. So let's keep an eye on the contract. We can get rid of this. What you need help with? Okay. It is. It's hard for me. I'm not a big fan of these. Here, put that back. But yeah, putting the solar panels over the tank help armor it. That's why I moved them down, because if you remember, the solar panels used to be up here. So I was hoping that moving them down would help a little bit. You can play Minecraft. Do you need me to switch it? Alright, just don't break it. And that is contract completed. Awesome! Alright, so we have a good working theory. Let's return to the editor. It's inefficient in the sense that it would add a lot of weight to it. But it's not the worst idea, because I think armoring it would do the same thing. Alright, so next problem we have is I think I'm going to save that just because I can't remember if I made any changes or not. Now let's go see if this one, construction. I don't remember why we're modifying Launch Complex 3. So what if I do this? Because I'm pretty sure the Fago Launch Complex, which, by the way, somebody suggested letting my kids name stuff, and this is what we came out with. So we do have research coming up, but that's not till 1964, because I did fire about 150 to 200 researchers, because we were bleeding funds pretty fast. Alright, so one of the things that needs to happen right now, we need to manage some launch complexes. There's no reason that we still have the DART. We're paying for that launch complex upkeep, and we don't need it. So what I'm going to do is F5 just for safety, because of Luke. It's January of 1963. I don't want to time warp a whole year away. I would prefer not to do that. We have tons of engineers already. Why don't we put up another satellite to gather science? Open. Let's see. Let's see what this one. This one fits within the parameters of our current launch complex. So we can shave some weight off by not requiring it to return. What the heck is happening here? Alright. We don't need the parachute if it's not returning. I think this is sounding payload, which we don't need. It is a sounding payload. So we don't need that. That shaves a bunch of weight off of that. What do we have here? This is a science core. That's the near Earth core. I'm wondering. All right, we have 13,102 currently. So if I take this off, 13,102, and I put this as a near Earth core, what does that save us? 13,000. That does shave some weight off. Okay. So let's pop this off. That's 5,000 tons of mass. So we'll go back into here. We'll put this at, I don't know, 400, arbitrary number. Put that at 5 tons. Apply and preserve dimensions. 13,118. Well, I guess it doesn't save as much. It saves us a little bit. We can shave a little bit of weight off by putting that down. What engines are we using? Nitrogen? Oh, we are not nitrogen peasants. Oh, we could do HTP. I'll do that. We'll do HTP. Remove tanks. Fill for HTP. 13,125. Okay, we're right back where we started. Pooey. Is nitrous oxide lighter? I'm not gonna worry about it. We don't need this to be stupidly powerful anyway. I'm not gonna fuss over it. All right, now we can configure our science. Oh, no we can't. We have to do, oh, why did I do that? Smooth brain. We need good old antennae. Alright, I need to see what I'm looking at, please. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Maybe we test this. I want to test this. I want to see what that does for us. Yeah, that looks centered. Alright. So we have a fancy new antenna. Let's see. Cameras. I don't think cameras are gonna do much for us, because this is, I don't know what exactly we're gonna do. Orbital, no, we know this one's bad. So this science right here requires an equatorial orbit, which I'm not 100% sure exactly how to do right now. Orbital. So let's put radiation detector. Yeah, we'll do that. We also don't really know where this is gonna go yet either. We might try to send this to the moon to gather some of that sweet, sweet lunar science. Alright, so we're sitting at 13,032 meters per second. Thrust to weight ratio is 1.32. Let's just verify that all the avionics, that's 217. What's this at? 225. That is gravy. So now we take this off. That is 32 tons. And this is set for 35 tons. That is gravy. That we already know that one's set up right. All right. Sure. Whoops. SCI SAT. Unbelted gesture science satellite. We're not even going to bother simulating this one because you guys deserve a launch. So what we're going to do is we're going to put this in the plans. Take that out of the plans. Oh man. I always forget to tool. I'm really glad they remind me. And then we're going to integrate it. So it is integrated, and it'll be done in a month. Antennas and cameras, slim the fins down and check the staging. Staging is good. Let me go see what the fins, because we can always change that integration. Actually, oh, yeah. Actually, we need to beef the fins up a little. And actually, now that I'm thinking about it, now we save it. There we go. Yeah, if we slim the fins down, it'll unbalance it even more. Because in all honesty, I should beef the fins up, but that would eat into our delta V. So let's warp to the completion of the pad. We should go check our science too, but what do we got? 8.6 science. Oh, that's right. We didn't get all that science because it was a simulation. Derp-a-derp. Silly me. See, all of our lunar, all of our satellites are dying on us. We can roll out. And we get a daytime launch. All right. Oh, McJeb, because let's put this parking orbit at 200 by 200. Engage the autopilot. Everything looks good on this side. Recruit Kerbal? Not yet. The thing about recruiting the Kerbals is you have to pay them. You have to pay them the entire time, whether they're doing missions or not. So until we have a vessel that we know is capable, I'm not going to recruit anybody because right now it's 1963, and I don't know how long it's going to be until we have a working redstone. I'd like it to be soon. And with the asparagus staging, I think we do have the ability. Because that's the very next thing I want to test. Oatmeal! I keep seeing Bridgie's pinned comment with oatmeal. I will go check that as soon as this one's done. Yeah, this is the ISO grid structure. So this is the high pressure ISO grid. So you'll be able to see the difference in how much liquid fluorine we lose. If I remember right, Luke, I think we have quite a while before our programs end. Because I think we even have 1 or 2 programs that are just collecting funding right now. I think we've already finished them. They're just collecting the funding. Oh, that asparagus staging did absolutely nothing for us. Oh, I didn't know oatmeal and... I always thought they were different. Man, I always thought they were different. You just blew my mind, Luke. I always thought there was some difference between oatmeal and porridge. I'm not a big oatmeal fan. My kids eat oatmeal, but I've just never had the taste for it. But I do like oatmeal cookies. I like oatmeal cream pies. I do like stuff made with oatmeal. I guess if it's mixed with a lot of fruit, I'm okay. I can eat it. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I guess I've just never really put much thought into it. Oh, we could have... Oh, that's because that's the... Okay. That's the fairing staging, I think. Yeah, that's the fairing staging right here. Ooh, that sounds pretty good though. thought we checked all the avionics. I thought we checked all the avionics. Drats. Oh, we got avionics control back. Okay. And I just realized that my RCS tank does not match that nose. It's going to bug me now that I've seen it. This is an old model, though. Yes, sir. I think you always do good when you build stuff and put your mind to it. Since you guys are being good, do you guys want slushies with your lunch? What about you, Nova? Okay. Alright. So, let's shut down the avionics and check on our electricity. Eee, that's not promising. We're also not gathering any science, which is not promising. We can send this to the moon, though. Let's do an experiment. Alright, ascent guidance is over. Let's pull out the McJeb. Rendezvous planta. Intercept with a home and transfer window. 3180. I love you too, sir. What's cooking up in here? Do you want to try some? Here, come here. Alright, I think we could do this. That's in 52 minutes, and we have 7 hours of electricity. So, let's execute the node, because we're not going to get any of the science right now. But I'm not a big fan of this antenna. Where's Earth even at? Oh, we're on the dark side. Activate avionics. No! You guys have to do one snack right now. If you guys keep eating all the snacks, we're not going to have no food. So you're going to have lunch, and then if we don't leave, you can have a snack before we leave. Okay. We're not going to be snacking all day. Okay, so the antenna is... I think this antenna is directional. I think this antenna is directional. So it's a powerful antenna, it's just directionally inclined. I am worried about our electric charge, though. Because we have to have an electric charge. No problem, I hope. No, this is... We're trying to gather some science because our next rocket won't be ready until the end of 1963, which is okay. But one of the lessons I learned replaying this when I was rebuilding from the contract glitch that we got into, I learned that you don't want to just time warp your year away. You want to try to use that time to do something. And so what I do is if you come across a project that's going to take a year, or you know, it's going to take an entire year to do that project, you just try and launch as much science gathering equipment as possible instead of time warping that whole year away, and then you just lose that time. So right now, this doesn't necessarily have a mission. We're just trying to make sure we can gather and transmit science, so that way we're staying productive while we wait for our construction projects to be completed. But we did learn some stuff on this launch. This is a brand new antenna, and it's a powerful antenna, but it is a directional antenna. So that's definitely helpful information on that. So that way we don't put it on some kind of mission critical thing and then find out we can't use it. Very cool, dude. Are you playing in survival mode or creative mode? Oh, you big old cheater, pumpkin eater. Alright, let's double check our... So we might be able to finish this contract right now. Let's set ourselves up to retrograde, see if that helps our antenna connection at all. Just let them play Mortal Kombat. We do have Mortal Kombat for the Switch, but for some reason, I don't understand why, but it only is an online game, I guess, and we're not paying for Nintendo Online. Yeah, I think you're right, but I don't know if it's a relay. I don't know if it's relay capable. That might be something that we simulate, or I don't know how to even simulate that. I might Google it. I might see what Google has to say about it, because I would hate to try and build an entire relay network and then have it not have relay capability. You know how RP1 is a little twitchy with their stuff. Let's shut down avionics now. Turn that off. Although we are oh, I don't know. We're not technically facing Earth. But you can see how fast that liquid fluorine is evaporating in the isogrid structure as compared to the service module structure. Maybe that antenna's not the greatest. Or maybe I forgot to configure my communications equipment. It's always a possibility. What? Yeah, I told you that a long time ago, dude. Unfortunately, this mission won't be successful. Because we're going to run out of power before anything else happens. Even with the avionics shut down, we're not going to have an electric charge by the time we get to where we're going. Let's... we are gaining electric charge now. We can stop looking at that. We also don't need that. Are we good if the fuel gets... Yeah. No. We're pretty much done The solar panels are delaying the inevitable. So, hold on, what if I shut down all the experiments? I'd really like to see what's consuming so much electricity. Just says 100 watts to other. I think there's a way to get a readout. Unfortunately, McJeb is in the way. Settings. There. Alright, now. I thought there was a way to shut stuff down. Can I shut down this for a minute? What if I retract it? Does that save on electricity? It most certainly does not. Which I don't understand how. I don't know why my communication is using so much electricity. You know what? I'm gonna try something. Oh. Well, now I can't see electricity. What about this one? Can I use this one? Hey, we can use that one. Beautiful. Alright, so that bought us a little bit of time. Unfortunately, it's not quite enough time. Let's try to see if that buys us any more time. Let's turn that off. Maybe that saves some electricity. Alright, so we're at 235. Okay. Hey, we might have saved it. The electricity's going up now. Okay. See ya. Alright, see ya, U.S. Department of Defense. I didn't even know you came in, but thanks for dropping in. By the way, if anybody's brand new here, and you're dropping in for the very first time, do me a solid and hit the thumbs up button. It means a ton to the stream. So. We might actually be able to complete the contract with this one. That would be pretty fantastic. Alright, there's Kerbal. I don't know where the moon is. I think you did great, sir. Oh, wait, okay. So now, we're going to extend the antenna. We're going to do some science right now. We're going to see if we can't gather some science on our way here. Because we can shut these back down and recharge the battery as many times as we want. The U.S. Department of Defense. Hey, dude. You can hire me, man. I am an amateur rocket engineer. Oh, look at that science go up. Can't tell if that's the mun right there or if my eyes are playing tricks on me. Yeah, baby. That's a number I like seeing. I'm glad you guys talked me into this. You want a drink? Do you want a drink of my slushie? Okay, what time is it? Is it time for lunch yet? Not yet. We got about a half hour to, between a half hour and an hour before lunch.
It's yummy, but also cold.
It is very cold. It took a little bit of creative engineering, but we made this mission possible. Alright. So... I just want to reorient ourselves retrograde, because we did gather a good amount of science from this. But now what I'm doing is watching this, because we need electricity before impact. Alright, Alright. Let's... I'm wondering where it's getting the battery. Oh, yeah, I guess that could be. Alright, so let's shut down avionics again. Let's double check our trajectory. We are on a collision trajectory. Alright, alright, alright. We are losing electricity, but we should... Oh, I was time warping. Oh, I didn't mean to time warp that much. Drats. Oh well. Let's see what year it is. or what the date is. We did get a good amount of science from that. So, it's February, and we still have quite a ways to go. Same bug again. No, that one was my fault, because it's the frame rate stuttered when I time warped, and I tried to when I was clicking the button to shut the time warp off, it was in the middle of the stutter. So I think I don't know what went wrong on that one. It could have been the velocity wasn't high enough, maybe. There could have been a couple of things going on right there. But what we can do different this time is we can go here, go to four-way symmetry, and add solar panels. Yep, when I do lunch, I'll make sure you guys get a slushies. I know. We're due lunch between 11:30 and 12:30. All right. You gonna do the spicy ramen again? No? Peanut butter jellies? All right. Staging looks good. More solar panels and a nicer battery. You know what? That does remind me. We can, first of all, what batteries are we even using? We can do, oh, we have better communications equipment we can use. Battery. Nope, we have the best battery we can get. I can't remember which ones were doing good and which ones weren't. I should have paid more attention to which science experiments were actually gathering science. We need to know how much this weighs now. This weighs 7 tons. See, it's a good thing we checked that. So let's do 8 tons here. Apply and preserve dimensions. Let's put 500 units of batteries in. So I put more batteries, more solar panels. I can't remember if the micrometeorite detector did anything. I really can't remember. We upped our transmission time, so that should help us get more of the science home. Okay, what did that do to our Delta V? Where's McJeb? This McJeb. Delta V. It didn't hurt our Delta V a whole lot. We can potentially reduce the amount of I wonder how much that gives us, though. I see where we can save some weight. Oh wait, no, I was in the right spot. Where did I just put those? Oh, right here. this should save a tiny bit of weight. Alright. Oh, come on. Alright. 3,100. But if we do this, puts us back up to 4K. And that gives us 370 liters. I think that should be enough. Oh man. Where else can we save? Where can we save a little bit of weight? What's... Oh, get out of here, McJeb. What's the... It's 1 ton worth of mass. How is that 1 ton worth of mass? That can't be right. This is 1 ton? Something's not right. Is this not filled? That's better. I don't know how that got emptied. Oh, because I was playing with that. Alright, that makes sense. Alright. Shaving off a tiny bit of weight. Okay, the other thing I want to do, now that I'm thinking about it, actually, you know, we can save weight. I just realized these are really old solar panels. We have better ones. But that really didn't change our delta V numbers at all. Hinged solar panels. Oh, okay, I see what those are. Alright, so now if I do this, turn that off. We can't lose the flag. That's not acceptable, and I need to turn that off so I can see better. All right. Man, we got to be able to save some kind of weight somewhere. I think I'm gonna risk it. Because we don't use a ton of monopropellant. What is this filled with? Nitrogen? Are these nitrogen or HTP? 4244. 4244. Oh, there we go. There we go. HTP is pretty heavy, apparently. I did not realize that that was that heavy. So, can I increase the volume a little bit. I think we have everything we need now. I think we're good. Now, the next thing I wanted to check before we launch this again. Why did we not keep our asparagus staging? All right, what's the fuel priority? That's 20. Oh, that's why. Oh, no, 20. That's right. Higher priority, lower priority. All right, so save it. Add to the plan. Oh, hold on. Acknowledge. Tool. Purchase toolings. This is getting expensive. Plans. There we go. Hopefully that does a little bit better. Hold on, chat. Is the other antenna lighter? No, the other antenna was heavier. Bear in mind the solar panels aren't protected. Did I not put the fairing back on? I thought I put the fairing back on. Yeah. Oh. Okay, hold on. I can fix this. Thank you for that, Luke. I did not pay attention. How do I go about this? Edit. But that means that all the delta V that we just saved is about to go down the drain because we're about to have a bigger fairing. But that's okay because I'm hoping... Alright, let's get rid of this. Move this over here, take this down, put that here, put that back there. Put this here. Move that there, and then that there. Okay, we didn't lose as much as I thought. Save edits. And it shouldn't cost us anything. Now let's see how long it's going to take. Before February, January, February, March, April. So just a couple of months. Oh my God. All right, let's see. Dude, Luke, you are a lifesaver. I overlooked that completely. Same bug again? No. That wasn't the same bug. That was my own stupidity. All right, so smartass is open over here. It is a beautiful night for a launch. Pull up the McJeb. We'll get ascent guidance and the rendezvous planner out, so we don't have to pull it up again. Put the rendezvous planner down here, the ascent guidance here, engage autopilot. Open that up. Open that up. Check the staging. Oh, the staging. Why does that keep going up there? Oh, it's because I keep disconnecting it from the main rocket. That's why. All right. Good. Great. Now. staging is actually working. Yeah, it's mistakes like that that I overlook when I start getting fixated on stuff. That's why I'm glad I have you here. Yep, that asparagus staging is working great. And that should buy us a few more meters per second in overall delta V. And what a sunset. I'm just the F5 police. Nah. You're so much more than the F5 police, Luke. Those tanks disintegrated. Damn! No, I think that gave us quite a bit more delta V, actually. But now I'm worried about our thrust-to-weight ratio at this altitude. Maybe we should have simulated this. 6. We're still rising, but we are losing. Oh. This is not a good thing. This is bad. This is going to be a failed mission. I totally forgot that adding those So this reminds me, during testing phases, what I had to do to make the asparagus staging work was increase the size of the booster tanks and decrease the size of the core stage. Otherwise, the thrust-to-weight ratio. All right. Come on. Actually, can I just do this? Nope. I don't want the fairing. Give me my avionics. Alright. That's my bad. See? You forget lessons that you learn, and you lose a lot of bit of money. Which reminds me, I need to go check the programs for you, Luke. Programs. So, this program is completed, but we still have quite a bit of funding to collect out of it, so we're going to leave that up and running. And this program has quite a ways on it, and we should be able to finish these two by the end of the year. So that's not too horrible. And then the next one should be, I think, yeah, this one will be our next one, which this one should be pretty easy with the launch systems that we have. All right. Back to the drawing board. So, in order for this to work, what has to happen... Wait, is this... Yes, okay. Is we have to considerably decrease this size. And then considerably increase... Alright, maybe that was too much. Alright, so... Does that get... You know what? Let's play this safe. No, the fins are good where they're at, because by the time the fins become relevant, we're already above the atmosphere. In all honesty, I should increase the weight of the fins, because the dry mass is super high up. Engage. Move this back down to here where it belongs. We just have to make sure that we're above this right here. If we can make it to the upper part of the atmosphere, then that thrust to weight ratio becomes a little bit less relevant. We don't have fuel fins. The technology has not been discovered yet. I just forgot that having this stage full of fuel that low in the atmosphere, that's a bad thing. But I think this is going to be super top heavy now once these boosters detach. Because I'm starting to remember why I redesigned the entire thing after asparagus staging was discovered. See, I'd like this. We need this to be farther over for this to work right. Yeah, we might be okay. You're okay. You guys can play. Just don't get loud. Take care of that Nintendo Switch controller that someone left on the couch. think we're still okay. I think this will still work this way. Because now we're at a good launch. We're back to a good thrust-to-weight ratio now. And we didn't lose much in terms of acceleration. I mean, velocity. We lost a lot of acceleration. But we didn't lose much in terms of actual velocity or apoapsis. No, the problem with that, Luke, is that what we need is for the dry mass to come down. So if we add weight to the top, it pushes the dry mass back up. So adding more fins to the upper part right here, it pushes the dry mass forward more and makes it more unbalanced. And in all reality, what we should do is add, if we were going to try to balance this out, we would have to add ballast down here. So I think if you wanted to make that more balanced, we would have to put 8-way symmetry on and put 8 fins around the bottom. And then turn up the density. But if we did that, we lose delta V because it just adds more weight. I think we have it right here. I think this will work okay for what we need. I mean, we're gathering velocity pretty fast now. The other thing we could do is just ditch the asparagus staging and go back to how it was, because we know how it was worked. Because all we're doing is trying to gather science until the next rocket system is integrated. Yes, ma'am. Oh my! This stage puts in some good work. Look how fast that velocity is increased. I love this Viking engine. Okay, that's awesome. Make the fins smaller, but more at a higher density. Honestly, I'm wondering if, I'm thinking just go back to the previous design, fix the top part. Because the previous design we know worked. It got us to the moon. Because in all actuality, I'm not sure how much that asparagus stage actually helps with the fact that the engines can't support it in its core stage. I know this Viking, oh man, this Viking can make up for it though. And now I'm kind of worried we're going to eat up all of our delta V for this stage, getting into a circular orbit. But we have perpetual. See, that's pretty awesome. Having perpetual electricity with everything turned on, that's the goal. Now, the other question is how much SAS are we going to use on this? Because I'd like to believe our nitrous oxide is safe. Oh man, I didn't fix this. I thought I fixed that. Growl. you to stop now. I need you to stop. I really need you to stop now. Come on. Turn the engine off. Turn the engine off. It's not going to be enough. Crap baskets. What if I do this? Alright. McJeb. Rendezvous planner. Come on. Please tell me we have just enough to do this. Oh, it's at 125. What if I do prograde? Alright. Come on. $140. Okay. Set as target. Intercept with home and transfer. I thought I reconfigured that communications to work properly. We still have perpetual. So we know the electricity is good. We did good on the electricity. Now the other thing is I am looking at this thrust to weight ratio right here. And I think we can afford to bump this tank up another notch. As long as the tooling cost isn't too much. Because we really got to start watching how much we're spending. We've been spending a lot. That's not even getting us what? No. This is a failure. Alright, revert to editor. We're just going to go back to before the asparagus staging, because that got us where we were going. What up? You got 15 minutes, dude. You got 15 minutes. Can you wait 15 minutes? Unbelted gesture. Unbelted jester. So this is back to how it was. Actually, you know what I want to do? Which one was it that we just did? Is it this one? Yes. So what I'm going to do is make this the root part. Take everything off of here. So that way we don't have to redo everything we just did. Whoops. Now, if I don't save, if I open up the unbelted gesture in all of its glory, and I make the root part here, and then I take this off and get rid of it, and then take this and put it on, and then reroute it back to this. Now I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. Put this on four-way symmetry with 90 degrees. And then flip these backwards like so. Now let's double check everything. Deep space avionics, all of our science. Active transmission time.
I love you, Dad.
21% is fine. I love you too, sir. Now, the other thing I wanted to do is bump that up. And bump that up just a tiny bit. So what does that do? That gives us 5,000 meters per second of vacuum delta V. That should do just fine. So now I'm going to close this. I'm going to put that back on 2. Close the fairing in. Save it. Management. Plans. Delete that. Unbelted Jester moon bound. Save that. Let's run a quick simulation just to make sure it does everything I want it to do. It should. 200 by 200. I keep forgetting to fix that in the VAB. Now we are a little bit lower on the thruster weight at takeoff, but I don't think it's enough to really worry about. You know, I am really proud of this build. I really wish I could afford to make this part look a little prettier. But I don't want to add any more weight to it. We're already pushing our lower limit on the thruster weight ratio at launch. I kind of want to watch those boosters fall and see if they explode again. How much would a sounding fairing weigh, or a second fairing weigh? It wouldn't be a lot. The fairings don't weigh a ton. It's something that I could try, but I might try it on the next generation of rock. No, I might try it on this one just to see if I can pretty it up a little bit. Yeah, see, this is still much better. Like, even though we're not at a full tank of fuel, having that 30% fuel is beneficial to us right now because it keeps that thrust-to-weight ratio above what we need it. And our second stage, or third stage technically, but our third stage here with the Viking engine is more than capable of making up for what we're losing by not asparagus staging, really. So I think this configuration right here is the way to go until the next step is, or until the next gen is ready. Now I have a song stuck in my head. Debbie just hit the wall, never had it all. Only been with one man. What happened to her plans? She was gonna be an actress. It would also smooth out the aerodynamics. Yeah, that's another thing that it would probably help with. Now look at that Viking go. And see, we're so high up in the atmosphere now that that Viking can operate at a... Almost. Now, hey, Miss Ma'am, come here. Come here. Since you don't want peanut butter and jellies, do you? Okay. So, do you want ramen noodles again, or do you want some hot dogs? Because there's not enough hot dogs for everybody, Jack. Give me a minute. There's like 2 hot dogs left. Or you want ramen noodles too? Jackson, would you like the 2 hot dogs? Okay. Nope, you already said no, ma'am. I will see if there's more than 2, but I think there's only 2 left. Would you guys like to share one and have 1 each? And then ramen noodles to go with it? Okay. And we can always go double check and see if there's any other stuffs that you might want. What? Very cool, dude. What? How? Whoa. As soon as I'm done doing this simulation, Tangel Creeds? I don't know what you typed, but it says message retracted. Welcome into the stream. We're playing some Kerbal Space Program, the RP1 mod pack, which changes the Kerbal Space Program we all know and love to a little bit more of a difficult, more realistic experience, if you will. If you've never been here before, if you go ahead and hit the subscribe button, there's every chance that you will get a rocket named after you, because we seem to be building a lot of them. I don't know what this means. It says coverage optimizer failed. I don't know what that means. Alright. We should have enough Delta V left. Yes, this is RP1, RSS, and RO. So it's realistic progression, along with real solar system and realism overhaul. Intercept with home and transfer window. What is this going to cost me? 3405. And we have the 3405 currently. That is an impact, which is what we need. Okay. So let's go back to here. Electricity is perpetual. We are done with ascent guidance. So we can move this over here now. And I want to execute the next node. What we're doing right now is we are simulating, okay, whew, I thought that was electricity failure. We're simulating this rocket. We have a better rocket being constructed, but it's not going to be ready for, and a slushy. We have a better rocket being built, but it's not going to be ready until the end of 1963. 1963 or 1964? 1963. So right now it is currently April of 1963, and our next gen rocket won't be done until December of 1963. So what we're doing now is attempting to optimize our last gen technology in order to squeeze out a little bit more science. If this trip is successful in simulation mode, that means we'll gather all of this great science. Aw, man. I think I forgot to change the science out. Because I think this one can only be done in a equatorial orbit. That's alright. It's only a simulation. We just remember to do that. Why are we not time warping? This is killing my electricity budget. I did that because we have a better antenna up here, which I hope is not the one that I disabled. No, okay. But we can retract it for now. And keep an eye on our electricity. I don't want a time warp, but why is... Oh, come on. You need to do this faster. Alright, if you're not going to time warp, at least let me time warp, you jackwagon. Translation. There's no relay on the dark side. Well, hold on, because let me click that so I can keep an eye. Click that. Extend antenna. No, we have full coverage. We have full coverage, so I don't think it's a signal problem, per se. Alright, so we're back to being perpetual, so I can turn everything back on. Oh! I understand why it's not wanting to do it now. It's because the RCS was deactivated. I was wondering what the heck was going on there. So what we're keeping an eye on is our Delta V. We're keeping an eye on our antenna, so we can retract it if necessary. We're keeping an eye on our electricity, so it doesn't appear that it affected us too much. You know what? I am not going to bother doing the rest of this. I think we have everything dialed in. There's no reason to go through with that. So what I'm going to do is set up this next launch, and while it's launching, I am going to go and get the kids their lunches ready while it does its thing. Now, was there anything else I needed to remember to do? I feel like there was one thing I needed to remember, and I forgot it already. Oh yeah, I needed to check active transmission time. Alright, so... Save. Oh wait. Oh come on, why do you have to do this to me? Save. Oh, and that's the other thing I kept forgetting. Okay, alright, now we're clever. Plans, add to oh. Failed editor checks. Oh, I love my I love it. Renovations, tool all, add to plans. I know it failed the editor checks. Leave me alone about it. The construction should only take a little bit of time. Construction. Alright, so that brought that up to date. So that's January, February, March, April, May, June. That's fine. Oh my goodness. Hey, I got something to talk about with the bathroom. You guys need to flush the toilet and make sure the handle goes back up, okay? That's everybody, because it's been getting stuck and I don't know why. So you have to make sure it goes back up or else it'll never stop running the water. Okay?
And it would flood?
No, it just cost us a lot of money.
Oh. Because normally when you say that, like, it won't stop running water?
If it gets clogged, it would flood. But it's getting stuck open.
Wait,
so that, yes, sir.
Why when it
200 by 200.
It floods?
Because the water can't go anywhere else. All right. All right, guys. I'm gonna launch this, and then I will be back.
I thought that entrance is blocked, so no water can go. So just
And then it comes up and out.
oh.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set this up to launch, and then that'll give me like 5-6 minutes. So if anything goes wrong, just type in all capital letters to get my attention. Yell really loud. I'm gonna turn off my mic though. This wouldn't. That would be the hand. Yeah, it could be the. I think. I don't know. The apartment complex is not the best at making repairs. All right, so we do have battery. Okay, we have battery, we have collision course, we have science waiting. Want to make sure the monoprop doesn't run out. 3,228, 3,800. Apollo, do you have a standard ceramic open lid toilet? I do not know. I don't know. I know I can open the back tank up and mess with, and fiddle with stuff. To be honest, Luke, I know how to fix the problem, but they just raised our rent by 8, 9, 10, by $300 a month. So all I do, before they raised our rent, I was fixing everything around here because I didn't have a problem with it. I know how to do stuff. Now I feel like I'm paying too much in rent for me to be fixing anything. So all I do is go and put in a work order and make them fix it. I'm not helping them no more. Because to be honest, we don't pay for water, but I don't want the kids to get into the habit of yeah. No, I don't want the kids to get into the habit of that. I want them to grow up being aware of it. I don't want them to grow up and not understand that, and then they get their own house or their own apartment where they pay for water and then find out that they have a $700 water bill because they didn't pay attention to their surroundings. Now, the other question that I didn't answer before launching this mission is I need to know that the dry weight of this craft exceeds the contract requirements. 40 kilograms, it should. I cannot imagine that this doesn't. Remember, the last person that... Hey, is everybody paying attention? The last person that makes a peanut butter and jelly is responsible for cleaning up and putting it away. That means putting away all the peanut butter, the jelly, put the knife in the sink, rinse it off and put it in the sink. And it means you wipe the counter off and get all the jelly and peanut butter off the counter, okay?
Okay.
Well, you say, mm-hmm, but you guys don't do it all the time. Man, we have so much stuff to pay attention to now.
And they're so good. Oh, good and tasty.
Because I'm watching the fluorine, I'm watching our science, watching our, alright, let's make sure we have our, yep, we have impact. So now, we can get rid of this, move this over here a little. This can go up here. That's fine, right? Actually, that doesn't matter. The fluorine is going to evaporate before it's a problem. Kind of curious to know why we're having so many problems with our communications. This has the same... Oh. No, I did upgrade the communications on this one, didn't I? I'm like 80% sure that I did. Alright, so... Alright.
And by the way, that was Kush. Yeah,
Alright. So the fluorine should be evaporated. Yes, the fluorine is almost completely evaporated. Now... Hey, we can see Venus. That is really cool. I've never seen that before. I worked in a sauce factory. We had to make peanut butter last, and was law to clean it for an hour after. Yeah. I'm working with them on stuff. They do okay. They do okay, but one of the problems we have with them is that they'll make their food and then they just leave everything out. Actually, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go check on their ramen water. We are getting science. Yeah, the mass spectrometer, cosmic ray science isn't doing much, but I think those kick on when we hit the sphere of influence of the moon. All right. Everything's taken care of for the next few minutes. Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. But yeah, they don't always think with their heads. They'll make a big old mess and then be like, I don't know. And then the wife gets home from work and puts her phone or the purse on the counter and gets pretty upset when there's jelly there. We're getting micrometeorite and cosmic ray science now. We don't need that anymore. Where is the moon? We are getting science. I'm pretty happy about that. You spin me right round, baby, right round. Oh, the moon is literally in the same line as the sun. That's why I can't see it. Oh, there's Mercury, Venus. I love you, child. Alright, I'm afraid to time warp because I can't see how close we are to the moon. Alright. No more time warp. Oops, I don't want that. I need... Nope, not that. I need that. Alright, now we're gonna... shut down the avionics. I just told you I think there's going to be storms. I would say teach them to make jam, but that's a bit dangerous for their age. No. So the way I do it right now is I do the same process that I learned how to train in the Army, which is explain. So you explain it, you show it, you let them do it with it. You do it with assistance, do it with supervision, and then do it on your own. Right now, with a lot of stuff, they are in the do it with assistance phase. They do pretty good. Like, I'll let them cook their own food, but only if I'm standing over their shoulder. Sure. Give me a minute and I'll get it for you. And just so you're aware, the slushies that they're drinking right now are watermelon flavored tea. So it's not the worst thing ever for them. Damn straight. Yeah. No, I try to take a clinical approach to teaching them stuff. I don't expect perfection at this age, but I'm proud of them because I constantly see improvement, and that's what I look for. Alright. We only have an hour left of electricity. It might be worth shutting some stuff down. Let's shut this antenna down. What?
I mixed the ramen and soft.
Okay. Go. I'll come and turn it off. All right. Sorry about that, Luke. We were taught from the same codex. Yeah. It's a good codex. It works. It works well. All right, what? I don't know if that's going to be enough. Avionics are shut down. The only other thing I could do is shut... I love you.
Love you too.
The only other thing I could do is shut down the experiments, but I'm trying to squeeze. I'd like to. Okay, we can shut down this, this, and this. You know what? I think the contract is more important right now. What did that buy us? We won't know. $24.50. All right, so come on, 24.50. There we go. All right. So we've reached the required velocity. Now we just have to impact and hopefully have the electricity left afterwards, because we don't have a time on it no more. All right, come on, baby. I'm super nervous about time warping. All right, I started getting those frame stutters. Oh, look at that. We get a little bit of light. We got the velocity, we got the mass. All we need is that impact. That's not good. Contract completed. Yeah! Yes!
Did you win?
Yes, we did win.
Where'd you win?
We already read that. I don't know why it keeps giving us the same
Good
one.
job.
Thank you, sir.
You did good. And hopefully there's no storm tomorrow.
And storms don't hurt you, buddy. Storms are fun. They're
I
cool.
don't think one either. Fun?
Storms are good for the environment. So we have 65
How about
science.
tornadoes?
That's good for the environment too, believe it or not.
How? That's a
Because you can't have something new until you destroy something old.
And that's a storm. Yeah, but what if I get destroyed?
You don't get destroyed.
Are storms. Tornado are storms.
We could really use the avionics. We could really use the batteries. What is this? Lunar Exploration Era Material Science. Fiberglass fairings, that might be helpful. What I really want is this one right here. Or is it the next one? The F1. This is what I want. I want the F1. This is the engine that was used on the Saturn V. But there's so much other stuff to get. We don't really need that.
My peanut butter is
I wouldn't mind a new RCS mount. That one might be cool. The Gemini capsule would be a nice touch. We still need to do our... That's all the Gemini stuff. That's 45. That's really tempting. That Gemini is a really tempting offer right now. Ooh, the casters.
40.
Decisions. We've had storms for 3 days now. And the crowd goes wild. What is this? I think I'm gonna go with the rockets because I really want to get closer to that. Where was it? I just lost it. I just had it. The F1 right here. But I think we're gonna have to do much better on our science collection because it looks like there's a ton of prerequisites to get the F1, which is okay.
You mean this one?
We will persevere. All right, let's warp to completion on this. Construction. April, May, June. We have enough time for another launch. Let's go see contracts. Contracts. Lunar impactor. Oh, that's optional. That's the optional lunar impactor. What does it say? It has to be 40 kilograms below. So same mission. Okay. So I'm gonna accept this one. I'm gonna put another one of these in. What time is it? I got about an hour and a half. F5. All right. So what do we need to peek at before we move forward? We spent science. Let's... What, Riley? All right. Something I wanted to check out here. All right. Why is the active transmission time always resetting to 0? I don't understand that. That's so weird to me why it does that. All right. I think this is the one. I'm not sure if the camera was effective. Ooh, that's a new one. That's a new one. Okay. First of all, We'll set that to go. One, two, three, four, five. So that's 5 slots, I guess. All right. Whoops. I'm messing myself up. All right. Get rid of that. Do that. Put this back. Save. And then we go edit. We did. F5'd. We saved it before we did anything else. Integration. Edit. Yep, I made sure we saved it. Doop-a-doop. Alright, take that down. Configure experiment. Infrared radiometer. Set that to go. Communications, active transmission time about 25%. Staging is good. Save.
What's the password?
Oh, come on. Save edits. All right. So this is going to be done. That next launch complex we need is going to be done in December. Man, I really wish that research was going faster, but we cannot afford more researchers at the moment. Hold on. I think I see where I keep messing up. Because I do the edits, and then I save it. Oh, I never put the fairing back on. That's okay. Payload, recolorable fairing, two-way symmetry. Open recoloring GUI. This is all superficial anyway. It's just for Jester. Alright, save. Let's just double check. I want to see something. See, active transmission time's back to 0. So, save it. Plans, add to plans. Okay, it replaced it. Alright, see, I don't understand what that active transmission time is. The active transmission time is how often the vehicle sends its signal. Since there is no vehicle, any one time resets to 0. Yeah, but that I don't understand. I guess I just don't understand it. Because even in space, you can't change. You can't look at the active transmission time. I need to deorbit those. I don't think they're giving us any more science. But this one should net us a boatload of science. The other thing I need to remember to do on this trip is to check on how much delta V that we need to achieve lunar orbit. set guidance and rendezvous planner. Because I genuinely don't know how much Delta V we need for that. Alright, put that on. Actually, let's look at this for now. Alright. We're good, good, good. Green light, green light. Green light. Green light. Green light. Green lights. We have green lights across the board. Engaging autopilot. Autopilot is green. Do I want to fairing the caster? I will do that on the next one. I totally forgot about it until just now. Actually, one of the things that doesn't look right. Okay. So I'll put this here. Alright, so all greens, engaged. But yes, that is something I forgot to do. I meant to do that this time, and I totally forgot. I got distracted by new experiments. Yeah, okay. I was just making sure. But yes, putting a fairing on there was on the list and I forgot. Coming up on the stagement, you also increased the booster size in the main body on the last try. Sand's back! Did I? Now you have me wondering if I did. We're gonna find out at this next stage. Because if this stage is at about 1.2 to 1.4, no, we didn't. We undid that. We put the booster back where it was. Otherwise, this would be at a 0.8. Have your plans changed? No, we're not going to increase the booster size because that was devastating to the thrust to weight ratio at this stage. I think we're better off using it as it is and just waiting for the next generation, the next gen rocket to be ready for the lunar, for the crewed missions. Now, I'm wondering, I think we're going to have to use the next gen rocket to do the lunar orbit mission, because I don't think there's any way we can, I don't think we're going to squeeze out the Delta V we're going to need from this in any possible way to accomplish that mission. What we're going to do on this mission, though, is we're going to get the mission parameters for this is we're going to gather as much science as we can.
we are going to set a maneuver to find out how much delta V is needed to circularize a lunar orbit in preparation for the next gen. Let's see. That's about it, and then hopefully complete the contract. So those three things, we're going to do some testing on finding out how much DV we need. We're going to see. You guys, quit getting louder, Nova. So yeah, the 3 mission goals for this for this launch is to find out what the DV is for circularizing the moon. We're going to complete the contract and gather science while doing it. See, we still have mass spectrometry science in the atmosphere. Apollo, I know a calming music. If you want to listen, here it is, but don't show the sound on the stream because you may get copyrighted. Yeah, I learned my lesson about trying to have music on the stream. Even Fisk Beats was giving me copyright claims, and it's not supposed to. So I'm not sure how it actually works. I thought I knew. I really thought I knew, but I don't. Nova, quit getting loud. Thank you. I just asked nicely and you got loud again. Did you put everything away and clean up your mess? Wipe off the counter, please. We want to keep our eating spaces as clean as possible. So if get one of the sponges that you used for the table. Just get it good and wet. Make sure it's good and for the job that you're doing. Later on, when I clean up everything, I'll sanitize it with bleach to make sure we don't spread any germs. I am definitely going to check it out, San. And we're gathering new science. We're already transmitting the science back. That's perfectly fine. Get a drink. Thank you, sir. You did a very good job. I appreciate you. Strange question. Can you put rockets or thrusters on a fairing? No, you cannot. I did try that. You can't. They won't let you attach anything to the fairing. When you guys can show me that you can play stuff without getting too excited, and you got to show me you're responsible, basically, homie. Because you guys still struggle with that. What? Okay. Throw away your plate. Rinse out your bowl. Stack your bowl where it goes. Jackson will help. All you got to do is ask for help, sweetums. Just dump it in the sink and I'll take care of it later. I would really like it to stop using DV right now. Thank you. I love you too. At 3 o'clock, like I told you earlier. Alright. So, we're just doing this. Same deal as last time. Intercept with home and transfer. Riley, if everybody wants to play, you got to play with everybody, okay? Alright, so... Homan. How much is left? Dude, you can't... That's a lot to waste. Why did you ask for it if you weren't going to eat it?
This is starting to get old, dude, because this is the 3rd day in a row that you've done this. I'm going to start giving you smaller amounts if you can't eat it, and then you'll just go hungry until the next meal. Because every time I give you 1 pack of ramen, you say it's not enough. But if I give you 2 packs of ramen, you don't even finish it. We're not going to keep wasting food. Leave it on the fucking table. Just put it in Brindy's spot, dude. I don't know why you're walking all the way around. You can't play Minecraft with 3 people. No, if Jackson wants to... Riley, I'm about to get mad. If everybody wants to play, you play a game that everybody can play. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. If it's going to be a fight, you're going to lose it. Okay? So if Jackson wants to play with you guys, you will not leave him out of it. Alright. Where's the contract panel? The contract panel is this little clipboard panel right here. There is another contract panel. Let me see. That's fine. No, you know what? No. No. Play the games that's already in it. What's in it? Then you can play Minecraft. Sorry guys. Kids are being crazy. There's another contract panel. Is it this one? Yes. So this is another contract panel. With what? Oh, this off? Sorry guys, kids are being crazy. Very needy. Alright, so this is the other contract panel. But I don't know how to use this one yet. This is the RP1 contract panel. Alright, so this is the mission that we're on. And actually, I'm going to leave this up over here so that we can watch this one over here. That helps us stay a little bit more organized. Okay. Hey, Ajax, I didn't realize you... Thanks for dropping in. By the way, guys, if anybody in the chat is dropping in for the very first time, welcome in. We are playing Kerbal Space Program, the RP1 mod pack with RSS and RO. RSS means Real Solar System, RO means Realism Overhaul, and RP1 means Real Progression version 1, I guess. What that means is it takes your standard Kerbal Space Program and makes it a whole lot more difficult. It makes it to be as more real as they can make it, as opposed to... If you were to compare RP1 mod pack and regular Kerbal would be the arcade version and RP1 would be the realism version. If you're dropping in for the first time, don't forget to hit the thumbs up down below. It goes to help save all the solar animals, the solar bears, the, oh, dang it, I had something for this. I had solar bears, solar bunnies. What other cosmic animals can we come up with? The cosmic cows? The stellar whales? Ooh, the stellar seals. The asteroid anacondas. It goes to save all of the endangered solar animals. So, hitting the thumbs up button is well worth it. We're coming up to the end of our transfer burn to the moon. And we're still gathering infrared radiology. Radiometry, if I could actually read English. Hey, look, I promised you guys rockets, not proper English, okay? I just want you guys to know that. Alright, so what windows we have open? We have our contract right here. We have our SAS controls over here, Delta V stats up here, We have our science and electricity here, and we have our craft information here, including what science has already been transmitted, the number of minutes worth of electrical charge, which is a little bit concerning. So let's go ahead and shut down the avionics. With our avionics core temporarily, so what that did is that puts your avionics core, which is your control, into hibernation mode, and it buys you more time on your electricity. But what we can do is do just a tiniest bit of time warping. And then we're back to having a full charge. This will slowly charge up. What we need to do, so yes, we will impact the moon. We do have our impact trajectory. So what we need to do now is we're going to turn our avionics back on for a brief moment. We're going to change our orientation to retrograde. Because we do have to impact the moon tank first, or engine first, if you will. I'm so curious to know why we're not gathering that. Let's see. Oh, it's because it's biome specific, so we have been gathering it. But it'll say, watch, so see how it says Earth, space, low, tropics. It's going to change once we get into a new biome. But I also don't see it. Oh, yep, see right there, 0.1. See? The biomes are changing, if you'd noticed that. Bro, I miss the times I played Hello Neighbor. 2017. I've never played. Riley, why are you throwing the pillow, please? Thank you, sir. I've watched my nieces play Hello Neighbor. Never played it myself.
To be honest, it's never available. They find if I go on my account. There's zombies and skeletons and creepers.
So all I'm doing is being super careful with my time warp. Oh wait, we had another mission to do while we were here.
Wait, it says 6, 7 per second.
Alright, so if I add a maneuver here, this is a good way to help budget your Delta V for missions. Because all you need is a theoretical number.
No, but which one do you want? This one or the bad? This one? Yeah. I think this one's available.
Oops.
No, but just click this button. Click what? This one. Huh? Use this shit.
Alright. So this is 3 meters per second. Completely completely irrelevant in the grand. 3 meters per second doesn't really matter. So if I add a maneuver here, now this is not going to be a super accurate thing, but it will give us a good idea. So now if I go back to maneuver 1, 3 meters per second, oh, it's not going to tell me. I thought it would tell me. Actually, there might be a way. Maneuver planner? No. You know what we could do? Let's check. Turn off the rendezvous planner. Maneuver node editor. Maybe that'll tell us. It's not giving me. It's not giving me a delta V reading. How much fuel do we have? We're doing some theoretical work here. Listen to the music, YouTube, Code Man. Yes, but there's 2 more missions for it. So the first one was required. The next 2 are optional. But there's no reason not to do them, because it gets us more, what word am I looking for? Not prestige. Ah, dang it. It gets us more confidence and reputation. That's the word I was looking for. Okay, so all of our fluoride burned out. Okay, then put a game in you can all play. Why is it required to be a, oh no. Yeah, no, we don't have any liquid fluorine, so the engine's trying to start for nothing. But luckily, we should have a ridiculously large amount of nitrous oxide. Alright, so... that's actually pretty interesting. We only need 379 meters per second to do this. That's actually really interesting. That should be doable. We should be able to make that happen. So once the next generation of rockets, once the next gen rocket is ready, this contract should be easy peasy. And we are getting a relatively good amount of science for doing this too. So that's what I was just about to say earlier. There's really no reason not to do the optional contracts because A, we have to wait. When we first started these contracts, we had to wait almost a full year for the next rockets to be ready. And that's just for the launch complex. We still haven't even started integrating that rocket, and I don't know how long that's going to take. So rather than just time warping to the end of that construction, we're making use of that time by gathering science. And this is good experience for us because by doing this, it's going to show us what we need to work on as far as any problems that could come up in the mission that are unforeseen. So it's really beneficial. So in RP1, we've made the mistake in the past of just time warping to each completion, and then we fell way behind on science. We were in 1971, and we had not even done these missions yet. We didn't even have a rocket capable of going to the moon, much less impacting it or orbiting it or anything else. And this also gives us a chance to find out any problems. Like, a good example of a problem that I didn't know about before doing these missions is when I started doing these testing phases, I didn't know that liquid fluorine was going to be temperamental. So the next gen rocket that we're going to be using solves that problem by using a different fuel tank that's more protected against UV and heating.
Can you give me a shot in the game? Okay. Why do we do that? All blue. All blue. I mean, I know. How about you have to be all blue? No, it's
And see, this is so beneficial right now. We should have been doing, well, we have been now, but during our original run before. So what happened is that run that we had was messed up by a contract glitch. And I had to go back to 1951 in order to fix that glitch, and then I just sped ran. I did a speed run to get us back where we were, so that way you guys didn't have to re-watch the same contracts and everything like that over and over again. We do have a ridiculous amount of nitrous oxide on this thing. But it's actually a good thing because this doesn't have the UV shielding for the liquid fluorine. So what it is liquid fluorine is a cryogenically cooled fuel. It has a very low boiling point. So the sun heating up the fuel tank boils and evaporates the liquid fluorine that we need to use as fuel. But now I'm wondering, how much delta V is in this? Do you think we can get 370 whatever it was meters per second out of our nitrous oxide tank? You guys quit getting loud, please. Okay, we have plenty of electric charge. Okay, so we've completely filled up. There is a lot of science left here to get. We just filled up our we filled up our science. And that's contract complete. Back to the Space Center. Another successful contract. Does that deserve a like? That's gotta deserve at least a like. Maybe even a sub? Maybe a sub. Alright, so let's go back and check our contracts. Ajax. So see how, so the way you do this in RP1, if you're not familiar, is the name of the program is Early Lunar Probes right here. This is your program. These are the contracts within the program. This is a series of 2 contracts, of which 1 has been completed. So we accept it again, and we go do it again. Now, this is the next one we have to complete. I think we can do that. I really wonder if we could accomplish that with our nitrous oxide reserve. Oh no, we ran out of money. That's not great. Whoops, wrong building. We still have 200. 260, 270-ish thousand here. What is our next contract? I think this is going to be the next one. And it's worth quite a bit. And none of those should be difficult to use. In fact, some of these I think we could even use cheaper rockets to do, because it's only low Earth orbit. Now, the sad part is I don't think we can do multiple contracts from the same program at once. Okay. So we do have 54 science, so let's go take a peek at this. What do we need? This is the goal, I think. Yes, so this is the goal right now. I really, really, really want the F1 engine. The F1 engine, if you don't know, is the engine that they used on the Saturn V rocket, or the Saturn series of rockets for the Apollo mission. So what do we need for that? We need 60. Ooh, we're so close. Because what I'd like to do is get the F1 engine and then come back down here. Well, we might have to do this first. Because if you look, I'm not sure if this line goes up or if it just goes over here. But there are some prerequisites going on. Let's see if we can't see this. Where's this other line coming from? So this goes to here. Why do you have two lines coming from that, though? This is kind of hard to read. Because I think this is a prerequisite for all of this. We will have to find out, though. Which is okay, because this is all really good stuff. This is all really, really good stuff. So if this turns out to be a prerequisite, that's not going to be too much of a problem. The problem is our funding is pretty low. Can I do it now? Okay. Okay, this is getting super annoying. Kerbal alarm clock. Where's my Kerbal alarm clock? How do I set it up to where I don't have to get that out of the way? I want those. How do I stop that from being an alarm? I don't care. Hold on, guys. I have to Google this because I don't know how to do it, and it's super frustrating. In Kerbal Space Program RP1, how do I make it to where batteries running out does not stop time warping?
To stop batteries running out from stopping time warping in Kerbal Space Program RP1,
Kerbalism.
disable the low battery notifications within the Kerbalism mod. This setting prevents the game from pausing time warp when your batteries are
Which one is my Kerbalism? Is it this one? Nope, that's Kerbal Constructs. Which one's the Kerbalism? This one? Nope, that's Real Antennas. Kerbalism. This one? Nope. This one? Nope. Which one is the Kerbalism mod? This one? Nope. This one? Nope. Can't be this one. Nope. That's the Lunar one. This is RP1. What's this one? Nope. This one? Nope. Which one is the Kerbalism? What's this one? I don't know what that is. This one doesn't seem to do anything. We'll get rid of that. Which one is the Kerbalism mod? Is it this one? No. No. That's the Kerbal constructs. I don't know what that is. That's the scatter one. That's patch manager. This one doesn't appear to do anything either. I don't know which one the Kerbalism is. No, Google said you can turn it off in the Kerbalism mod. Unless it's just part of Kerbalism and it's not something you can turn off. Where's the toolbar? That does me no good. I don't know what that is. That's a debug menu. Maybe I'm understanding it wrong. Oh, that's Eve. I know what that one is. This is the Lunar transfer window. This is antennas. This is the RP1. That's the texture. That's Kerbal alarm clock. That's the transfer window planner. Space center management. This input, all input locks cleared. I don't know what that means. I guess I misunderstood it. Alright, I'll give up on that idea then. Construction. Alright. So that's completed now. Now, I'm not going to have the funds to start building this, I don't think. Alright, so make sure that's saved. This is the next gen. Now, one thing Luke reminded me of, it's going to make it more expensive, but let's get rid of this. We'll go payload. Hollow truss interstage adapter. Boat tail adapter. Procedural interchange. I think this is the one we want. Put that there, and then that there. Okay. Okay. Put this on four-way symmetry. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's 4. I can never remember how to do this. Alright. How do I do this? I know there's a way to do this. Maybe it's here. Alright, hold on. I don't like how it is. I'm working on it, guys. Alright, now. Alright, let's do this. How does that look? What do you think? It closes that engine off. It's not the most elegant solution, but we didn't lose a whole bunch of delta V on it. I built this launch complex for this. Modify, I guess. I built this damn launch complex specifically for this rocket. And it's too heavy. I refuse to believe that. Alright, so let's make sure this has avionics. 737. So, what's this at? 740. Alright. Where's this in the staging? This... the H1. Alright, so this is the H1, so let's put this on the same stage as the H1. H1, let's buy the H1. Let's tool everything. Oh, we need a new name for this now. Names, emergency check. When the middle fairing goes, or you will cause a fatal shrapnel to the back. You know what, Luke? We will do a simulation to double check that. So, where's the stage for that? What's 4 to 3 mean? I don't know what 4 to 3, 4 to 1 means. I don't know what that means. But what I want... Where's the decoupler stage? Oh, it's right here. Okay. So this needs to go up here. Alright, that's what I was concerned about. So what I want to do is put the engine there. I want the engine to start before it decouples. Alright. Alright. Let's do a save. Simulate. What time is it? Holy crap, I gotta keep it. Oh, I got time. I need to double check all. Oops. Before we simulate, let's just do our due diligence. 64 tons. Ah! See? That's why we do our due diligence. That wouldn't have had proper avionics. Now, do the same thing up here. 14 tons. We can... Okay. Everything should be ready. Alright. Let's simulate it without part failures for now. Is it purposefully color? Ajax, the way we do things is if you come in and you subscribe and you're in the chat and I can get to start remembering you, you get a rocket named after you. Now, this rocket was named after the unbelted jester. Whoops, why did I do that? Why did I do that? What am I... Oh, this is a rocket named after the unbelted jester, who is someone that I used to stream Call of Duty Warzone with before he decided to have kids. So, the unbelted jester... And we do, this is no longer the unbelted jester. So when you get a rocket named after you, you get to decide what the color scheme should be. We're going to find out. Yes, sir. Well, I got bored playing Call of Duty, buddy. I know, but I played it a lot more than you did. Alright, so we have that. See, I need this down here. I don't know why the staging just never stays right. Alright. Alright, let's keep an eye on all of our relevant informations.
But Ajax, I don't think you've had a rocket named for you yet, so if you're already subscribed and you've been hanging out a while, I think this one might be for you. What that means is you can pick the name, as long as it's not too weird. We try to keep it somewhat kosher. And you can pick the color scheme that you think is best. The Unbelted Gesture is one of my UK friends. And so we have the UK flag all over. We have his name on the side, and he chose red, green, and gold as his color scheme. But this rocket was made from the parts of the Unbelted Gesture, but everything about this rocket is different than the Unbelted Gesture. It has different avionics, different engines, different mission profile. And we're hoping that this design will help us get our redstone. Uh-oh, something blew up. Oh, we lost no, we didn't lose a fin. I'm not sure what exactly we lost there, but we lost something. Unless it was the... Man, is it time for separation boosters already? The main rockets? No. They're, maybe. I can definitely look into it. But the problem is on this rocket build, that as it is, we're on the edge of our thrust-to-weight ratios for this one. So if we do end up adding skirts, we might have to shave off weight somewhere else. Which, I mean, I think we can do. Because truthfully, I'm not 100% sure we need this much DV in this stage right here. So we could probably shorten this stage up. We can see what the numbers look like. Ajax, alright. So I think Ajax gets to name this rocket and pick the color scheme. But I'm hoping that if this performs really well, which it should, all the testing that I've done so far on this build has been really promising, that this will be more than enough for the next 5 to 10 years worth of missions. I'm thinking that this will be more than capable of crewed flight. We will, yeah, Luke, we'll definitely check it out. It is worth looking into. Because also keep in mind that today's not a normal stream day. Tomorrow and Sunday will be our normal stream days, between 9 and 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we will continue exactly what we're doing now. But see how much this is what worries me about this, is the thrust to weight ratio is so low, but we're so high up in the atmosphere that it's not really killing us. We're still accelerating, we're still pushing the apoapsis up, so even though the thrust to weight ratio on this stage is kind of lower than we like, the fact that we're this high in the atmosphere makes it kind of a non-issue. We could, another thing we can do that I'm noticing is we can shave some of the batteries off of this stage right here. Because if you notice, we have, 14 minutes worth of battery life and only 2 minutes worth of engine time left. So we can shave that about 30% off the finished product and save ourselves a couple of kilos. But yeah, we still have a lot of optimizing to do. I'm just excited to get into a lunar orbit, especially with a satellite that has perpetual electricity, because the next contracts are for low Earth orbit. So, legitimately speaking, we could use the Gesture for those missions to save on money. Just to get a satellite up into Leo we don't really need. I'm going to start calling this the Ajax for right now until Ajax picks a name. So once the Ajax is complete, this is sort of going to have its proving ground be the Lunar, the finishing up Lunar satellites. And then we'll retrofit it. The Ajax Mark II will be human flight rated. By the way, Ajax, where are you from? I can put your flag on it too. If the flag is inside the options. Yep, we're waiting for that middle shell. It should be... Oh, man. There we go. That was beautiful. Oh, look at that. That is a... Hold on. That's a screenshot. Man, I wish this was in the daytime. That is such an awesome separation pattern. I'm going to have to get a screenshot of that in the daytime. Now, I can't remember if this is a multi-ignition engine or not. Ignitions remaining. Where did I find that? Oh, no, it is not a multi-ignition engine. Okay. I didn't think so, because this is the H1. This is our multi-ignition engine. So this is the G1. And this has... Where was it? Ignitions remaining. Why do I always lose that? Or was it over here? Ignition was up here, wasn't it? Ignitions remaining 0. Ignition. I'm pretty sure this is an unlimited ignitions. I'm like 99% sure I would have put an unlimited ignitions on this one. Actually, I think the G1 is the same engine we've been using, so... Because it does have the liquid fluorine, and this does have the protected tank. Oh, no, you're fine, dude. Wasn't that such a really awesome separation, though? Now we should be coming up any second. There it is. I just want to make sure we have plenty of nitrous oxide. And then on top of that, we're going to make sure that this tank is doing its job in keeping that cryo fuel cold. But look at how much delta V we have still. Now, another thing that I'm thinking about doing when we turn this into the human-rated vehicle is using the engine plate and having 4 of these engines instead of just 1. I don't know if it'll work or not, but I think it's something that's worth testing. Because we do have a little bit of a low thrust-to-weight ratio. I mean, we're in orbit, so it's not as bad as it could be. But I think we could do a little bit better.
especially once the weight, you know, thinking about it, if you have the weight of human rated vehicle with life support and Kerbals and everything on it, that's going to go down considerably. So I think we're going to start experimenting with those engine plates a little bit more. All right, so guidance is finished. What I'm going to do is zoom out, set as target. Right here, intercept with home and transfer. Focus view. So that's 3,122. That should leave us plenty. So let's go ahead and execute that node. I'm worried about electricity. I didn't notice it until just now. Okay, we have plenty of electricity. Okay. We have so much to keep an eye on. We don't need to see that it's a simulation, so that's fine. I hate how that does that. And if you notice, we're not losing any liquid fluorine right now. 4 engines and a middle thruster with octopus legs. Rocket name is going to be... And we keep the color. Keep that color. Got it. What flag do you want on it, homie? I'll show you. Once we get out of here, I'll show you the flag options. Unless you're cool with the UK flag. We'll leave that on there if that's what you want. Oh, I forgot to... Oh, we need to remember to change the experiments out. That's something that needs to happen too. I really need to put my notepad back on my desk. That's one of the problems I'm having. Yeah, 4 engines and a middle thruster with octopus legs. Well, you have to keep in mind all the engines that we use on this stage have to be the same. Otherwise, we have to add another fuel tank for the other engines. And I think we have cross-feed enabled, unless we use the fuel lines. I do think we have cross-feed now, though. Sorry guys, the wife is talking on her break, so while we're doing this transfer window, I'm just messaging her back. Otherwise, she might come home and smack me with a frying pan. Not that that would be the worst thing ever. Sticks and stones, darling, sticks and stones. All right. We can also keep the UK flag. Got it.
Alright, hold on. I need to... Where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? Rocket name is going to be... How do you pronounce that? Is it Yon or Von? Is one of the Y or V? I don't know how to pronounce that, but YVONE. I can remember that. No, I'm not. I'm not going to remember that. YVONE. I hope I didn't just mess that up. No, I didn't. Okay. Sorry, I had to put a note in. I gotta find my notepad and put it back on my desk. So you can ask Luke. Yvonne. Oh, that's how you pronounce it. Yvonne. I love that. That is a great name, Yvonne. This is kind of a long burn. Let's see. It's getting there. Yeah, I mean, it looks like we're going to have enough fuel to circularize around the mun. I keep saying the mun. Yephone. Yephone. It's gonna be made so. But I think Yephone is going to be the rocket system. Hold on, I gotta Control C. Control V. Oh, it means U tree, which is strength and endurance. You know what? I like that. I really like that. It will be made so. I even had time to go Google the meaning of it, and we're still burning. But our thrust to weight ratio is starting to go up finally. Now, the other thing I was curious about is I'm not sure if it's better to have these facing backwards or forwards, or if it really doesn't matter. Because in one version of this, I had one set facing backwards and one set facing forwards. And I took the forward ones off just to save money. That was legitimately the only reason I took it off. I am gonna have to go in about a half an hour. What did I just say? Maybe you should listen more. Nova heard me. What did I already tell you? We just gotta wait for your dad to call and say he's ready. I like the phone. I mean, we are getting magnetic scans, but I do want to reconfigure the science for
a better science, better gain. Because we need more. But this is only a simulation. It's proof of concept is what this is.
Look at your base about to be destroyed.
You guys, calm it down. There's no reason to be getting loud and stupid with it. We're almost there, guys. We're almost there. This engine is not an, oh, we might be there. Alright, now we can plot a mid-course correction. Alright, so that's at 10,000. Let's take a peeky at the contract. It has to be... Oh, wait, this is... I can't see the other contract. That's alright. We're going to execute the next node. We're doing great on electricity. We're getting a little bit of science, but we can do way better. Where's the sun? There's the earth. Oh, there's the sun. And look, we're not losing hardly any fluorine, if any at all. So once we do this, we'll circularize. I'd like to get a nice low I don't know what the threshold is for the moon. 10,000 meters might be too close. I'm not sure. This is going to be our first trip to the moon, really. Like trying to orbit and stuff like that. This is not your standard KSP, so. Alright, now next node is a maneuver. And we need to slow way down. I'm hoping this is a good height. I guess we're gonna find out. Because I know it's different than KSP. So no threshold. We're gonna find out. Yeah, see, we're losing a very small amount of fluorine. Way smaller amount than the other fuel tank we had. Are you playing with the controllers in your hand? You're about to lose them. And I also wonder if these antennas work the same as they do on stock KSP. Like if we add 4 more, do we get better transmission? Okay, we're getting a good amount of science out of this now. Why are we not? There we go. I was about to say, why are we not using our engine? The numbers are looking promising, though. What are we in? We're in space low over the moon. The electricity's looking good. Engine's looking good. Science is looking fantastic. Yeah, we might try a couple of different things to see if we can't boost that signal up a tiny bit more. Because, I mean, it's great that we have signal right now. I'm not complaining about that. But more signal would be better. I mean, we've already got 9 science. And I might do some time warping to see how much science we might be able to get out of this. Alright. Ooh, that's a little low. I can't remember what orbit they wanted for that contract. All right, rendezvous planner's gone. Now we just got to time warp and see how this orbits. I'm gonna keep an eye on electricity. Look at that fluorine stable. I like it. Alright, so Earth is that way. I'm not sure. Okay, that's line of sight right there. Okay. Okay, there's signal cutoff, which is fine. This is cool. You know what? V. That's better. Making me a little nauseous. And look at that angle. We have perfect angle for those solar panels. And we still have 700 meters per second of delta V remaining. So I'm pretty confident in this mission. Look at how close we're getting. All right, so we need to be above. We need to be above 8,000 meters or 8,000 kilometers at least. Okay, I can handle that. All right, all right. I'm gonna go ahead and leave it there for today, everybody. Actually, no, we're not. We're gonna go do some. So what the transmission optimization means is it will break signal at some point. Oh, got it. That makes sense. All right, so first things first. Mark 1. Save. And then before I forget, because you guys know I will forget, let's... Honestly, I don't know if changing the experiments is the greatest idea, because that was doing pretty well. Actually, I'm going to leave the experiments. That was doing really well. Yes, I will be live tomorrow at the normal time and the normal place. You know what? It adds to the expenses of it, but I'm wondering if it'll help. I also wanted to move these down here. Alright, save. Plans. Add. Oh. Tool all. Alright, so we have to wait for the Fago LC, the Fago Launch Complex, to finish building, which it'll be done within a month. Yeah, it's gonna take 35 days. It'll take about a month for that. So can I? Yes, I know it failed the editor checks. Leave me alone. I can't remember. Oh man, this isn't human rated. Okay, it's because of the cost. If I would have done human rated right now, we could rebuild it later. We could modify it later. We need. Need to change this. Why? VONE. Mark 1. You said keep the United Kingdom on there, so we'll do that. But what we will do, all right, management, get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of that. A little bit of working room here. So United Kingdom stays, but the jesters have to go. Okay, then what I can do to save time is go here. Now, can I... What is the hotkey? Middle click symmetry mode. Middle click doesn't do anything. In Kerbal Space Program, what is the hotkey to change the degrees of symmetry?
To change the symmetry in Kerbal Space Program,
Okay.
press the X key.
Oh, okay. So... Okay, how do you change it the other direction? Shift X. There. Alright, I think that does it. How you like it? I think it's great. I feel like this is a little bland now, though. I don't remember where the... there they are. There we go. Now it doesn't look so bland up top. Alright. Save it. Alright. I think that does it for now. So let's exit the VAB. We're going to F5 and save it. So F5, and it'll be save number 9. 1964. Man, we did get a lot of science for that last mission. That's pretty cool. But alright, guys. I got to get ready and go because these kids got to go to their mother's house. Nova's not going to her dad's until he calls. So thank you guys so much for joining in. I appreciate each and every one of you. I hope to see you again tomorrow. But until then, bye-bye.